All right, audio's on now.
Okay. So if that happens again, it's just gonna be under whoever's logged in, basically. Okay.
But yeah, the easiest thing is just to use your meeting ID and then you can go in and change it.
Yeah.
So, but that's.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be hearing offenders today from our headquarters in Baton Rouge. Sitting on the panel today is February the 12th, 2026. And sitting on the panel today to my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right, Danny Byron. My name is Jerry Ledoux. With the staff here at headquarters, introduce yourself. Parole. And our remote site today is going to be at the Lafayette Correctional Facility. The time is now 8:57. Would Mr. Guidry introduce himself with your name and your GSC number?
My name is Derek Guidry, DOC number 424-192.
Mr. Guidry, you're before us in violation of your parole contract. I'm going to ask you, first of all, if you have a piece of paper in front of you with your signature that you recognize.
Yes, ma'am.
Questionnaire. The answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. I'm going to be reading the allegations against you, and then you are going to answer with a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay?
Yeah.
Rule number 4, you were involved in criminal conduct by possession of methamphetamines, possession of K2, possession of fentanyl, and possession of marijuana. That was evident by your drug screen on 8/7/2025. How do you plead? Oh, I'm sorry, 9/17/2025.
On that one, I plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Yeah, not guilty doesn't. You can have a
I'm sorry. I plead guilty with the statement.
Yeah, guilty with the statement. You were involved in criminal conduct with your possession of amphetamines, possession of K2, marijuana, and that was evidenced by your positive drug screen on 8/7/2025. So that's 2 separate drug screens.
The first one I am guilty of. The first one on 8/17.
Yes.
That was the first drug screen I took.
Yeah.
Okay, I was guilty on that. I explained to him that I did use the drugs on that one, but for the one on 9/17, I had quit using drugs. They put me. I was in the substance abuse rehab, and they urine screened us twice a week. So I explained to the parole officer that I probably wasn't all the way clean from the time that I had to go back and see him. But whenever I did take the urine screen, it was so faint that he didn't know what I tested positive for. He had to get another parole officer to come tell him to look at the lines. And I'm talking about, it was like light. So I
I got you on that. In doing the drugs, you were involved in criminal conduct by distribution of CDS by obtaining this from persons who were selling drugs. So you were in contact with criminal, selling drugs.
I mean, I wasn't selling no. I told him it was nothing to do.
You were in contact.
You weren't selling, but you bought drugs from somebody.
I never bought them. I mean, I was just in places where they were using them.
So you weren't supposed to be in those places according to your contract. So plead guilty on that.
No.
Number 6, you did not report employment since your release from incarceration, and you've not provided any proof that you were employed.
I plead not guilty on that one.
Number 8, on 8/7/25, you were instructed to enroll in a substance abuse program. On 8/26, you did so. However, on 9/15, you were discharged from the program against medical recommendation due to non-compliance with the rules of the program.
I plead guilty with a statement.
Okay. And number 10, you've not made any payments toward your supervision fee and you're behind $189.
I plead guilty with a statement.
So, okay, Mr. Guidry, let me go through this for just one moment. So you were paroled 5/29/25, and then you were detained 9/17/25.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a ninth class offender. And in those 4 months, you had multiple drug screens and non-compliant with your program.
I only had just two drug screens.
It's 2 more than you're supposed to have.
Well, I mean, whenever we go see him at the courthouse, he urine screens us. He just automatically urine screens us. So,
But you had 2 positive drug screens. Okay. So what else do you want to say with your statement on being dismissed from the program?
okay, at the time that he told me to go and get to go do the substance abuse, which I did do that, but I was in the process. Whenever I did come out of jail, I had my pills. I had pills that I come out of jail with to prove to him that I was on mental health medicine and I was on all these medications, in which he wrote all these in the computer. And he told me I needed to go get them into a pill bottle. So I had to go through the mental health thing to get these medicines, in which at first I couldn't get them because I didn't have an ID. My ID, my last names on my birth certificate and on my social security card does not match up. So it was hard for me to get an ID to get employment or to do anything. And I called him like right when it happened and told him that I had to redo all that.
You're not addressing what we're talking about. Why were you kicked out of the program?
Oh, because I had to go in between the mental health place and that place at the same time, and that at the substance abuse I had to go every day, but I had appointments to the mental health place too, in which I got kicked out of the mental health place because I missed too many appointments there at the same time. And I explained it to the man at the substance abuse place, in which they gave me the medicine. They gave me the medicine, and I didn't even know I was kicked out of there until I went to see my parole officer. Because I had went that Monday, and I went to see my parole officer that Wednesday. He told me I was kicked out. I never even knew I was kicked out.
Well, that may mean that you hadn't been compliant enough that you even knew. You should have known.
No, yeah, I complied. It just in between In between me going there, like there you gotta go every day from 6 to 12. And like every time the Uber man would come get me, I would explain to him that I had appointments too at the mental health place, which I had to go for. I had to get the pills that he asked me to go get into a pill bottle. In which whenever he put me in jail, I came to him with the pill bottles. He failed to put them in the computer. I came to jail with the pill bottles.
Okay. Mr. Balrog, do you have any questions?
No question.
Ms. Stapleton?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Guidry, you know, I smiled when you said you only had 2 drug screens that were positive. Yeah, but the problem is that's non-compliance with your conditions of parole. You know that.
I'm asking, can I request, I'm asking, on the first one that I did sign my rights, I waived my rights, they would put me into the Steve Halls program.
Okay, I just read something that you're not, that they would not accept you into that program now.
Right, because of the medicine that I took.
Is no other program available for that? Did y'all read that?
I stayed in jail over 70-something days waiting for this on a parole. Then he come back and made me waive my rights or do a preliminary hearing again and wait in November. I've been locked up 5 months waiting on this.
PMP attempted to send the subject to Steve Hoyle, but the subject was not medically cleared for the program. We do not have any other DOC substance abuse programs approved for the violators that the subject meets suitability criteria. So right now, you're not suitable for the program of Steve Hoyle. So today I'm going to go ahead and vote. My vote is going to be to revoke you and to notate on my revocation that you need to have both substance abuse and mental health evaluated. Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
Is this, can I record this as a technical violation?
No, sir, that's not our role. So thank you.
Bam.
That was real quick.
You got any write-ups? Would the facility adjust your camera? We'd like to go ahead and get started.
Don't need to. Trying to. I'll just leave it like that.
Okay, that's better. Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, to my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Mr. Bob Robb. Would the staff here at headquarters introduce yourself? Jason Thompson. Parole. And we're at Elaine Hunt Correctional. Would the staff there introduce yourself?
Deputy Warden Stephanie Michelle,
Darius Credit, Assistant Warden Classification.
Christy LeBlanc classification.
Great, thank you very much. Now that I've introduced ourselves, would you please introduce yourself and give us your GSC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Joshua Skidmore. It's 397983.
Mr. Skidmore, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you and you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, so the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for an appointed counsel. Seeing that you have not hired an attorney, we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Skidmore, you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole. And Ms. Stapleton is going to read that violation and you will enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Skidmore. You're in violation of rule number 3. You absconded parole supervision from Texas on or about December the 12th, 2023. It is evident you left the state by your arrest in the state of Alabama on June 26, 2025. How do you plead?
I'm guilty.
Okay.
We,
So I was just gonna read the outcoming of the hearing, okay? I mean, you pled guilty. And then it says, I am informed that I have found probable cause that he's in violation of condition 3 of his good time supervision. I advise Mr. Skidmore of the rationale. Number 1, the parolee admitted to being in violation of his supervision. Number 2, the parolee acknowledged his signature on both the diminution of sentence and application for interstate compacts, signing he was aware of the supervision conditions. So based upon that, sir, you've been revoked.
but we have to hear from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse
So,
me.
Ms. Skidmore, your mother is in attendance and she would like to speak. Ms. Skidmore, you have about 3 minutes to address the panel.
I'm sorry, I didn't know how to unmute that. Yes, ma'am, I'm Miss Skidmore. I'm Joshua's mom. I don't even know where to start. Josh, when he was here with me, he did nothing but work and come home. He helped people around the area. In fact, I have one neighbor here who he's helped in the past. He's a good, kind soul. He's not a violent offender. And I understand, you know, he messed up. He did mess up, but he was homeless at the time and he had nowhere to go. And he called me. He had tried calling the board and they kept handing him to different officers who never even had enough time to help him try to transfer. He had been trying to transfer back here to Mobile County to complete his parole here so that he could stay with me and continue to work. And apparently, like I said, they just kept passing him on and on until the point where he lost everything. The job that he had out there, they left him. They took his work truck. They told him they were going to a different area. They left him high and dry. So the paycheck stopped, meaning, you know, any kind of money for a place to stay, hotel room, anywhere was gone. And he was about to be have to go under a bridge somewhere, he and his fiance, and I couldn't have it. So he, you know, in desperation, he came here. All he's guilty of, in my eyes, and I'm sorry, is trying to survive. And when he got here, he went back to work immediately. and he still has that job. They're keeping this position open for him until something can happen. And all he really wanted to do was try to get a transfer over here to Mobile and complete it. He's very willing to complete his responsibility. It's just that if he was able to get it here in Mobile, he
Okay.
could still stay with me.
Also, there's Patricia Thomas, your a neighbor who would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Me. Okay. Hi, my name is Patricia Thomas, and I want to say Josh is a good guy. He has been dependable, and he's been a friend of mine for a year. Him and his wife, and our fiance. I meant to say, but I just want to say I believe he needs to be out here in the world. Seems like he's getting closer to God, and I believe God will help him through that. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Joshua, you were in Texas, you had to go to Alabama. Did you drive through Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
That's the only question I wanted to know. I think the panel is prepared to vote.
I got a couple of questions.
Okay.
You have a drug problem?
Yes, sir, I do. I did. I mean, I've been down, I've been in jail since, whatever it was, November, but yes, on the street I do, yes.
You attended, you left prison after being at SHISAP. You went to the Steve Hoyle program
Yes, ma'am.
and you completed it.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any more questions, Tim?
No, that's the only question I had.
Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, first of all, I want to apologize that I skipped over the mother and everything. That was inadvertent on my part, and I apologize to you for that. I do realize that it's very difficult what y'all go through, and I understand homelessness too, and drug addiction. So, Joshua, at this point, you went through our best program that we have. And so today, based upon what I just read out, what was found at your preliminary hearing, that you had pled guilty and then had the opportunity to do this and get in touch with your parole officer and everything like that, I am going to revoke you at this time.
Mr. Barrow?
I'm gonna vote to do not revoke in order that you complete the Steve Hall program again and that you pay the cost of extradition upon release.
My vote today is to revoke. You passed right through here. You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
stop.
At that time, I had a warrant, so I was scared to death,
Yeah, you know what? I sense that you've matured.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't that when you get out next time, you're going to have the problems that you had this time. You have good support system back where you were. You can work on an ICOTS while you're serving the rest of this time. You understand?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So today on the vote of 2-1 rather, you have been revoked. Wish you well.
She said that before all the others.
Okay, we're going to continue our hearings at Elaine Hunt. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. In panel today at headquarters on my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right, Danny Byrod. My name is Jerry Ledoux. Would the offender please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number? Y'all are muted still. Okay, try.
My name is Julius Will Jr. My DLC number is 598684.
Mr. Wilt, I'm going to be reading some identifying information into the record, and then we'll be asking you some questions. I find that you're a first-class offender currently serving an 18-year sentence for home invasion. You have a parole eligibility date 6/6/2017. You have a good time date 6/13/2028. A full term date 6/8/2029. Is that information correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Wilt, I'd like to give you the first opportunity to speak to the panel, explain to us why you're currently incarcerated and why you think this would be a good time for us to consider release.
I'd like to say that I failed as a person, a man, and a father. On the night of June 8, 2011, I am fully responsible for committing a home invasion charge on my ex-girlfriend, Jamie, and her 2 children. I violated the privacy of a place that should be a safe place for a family. And it was a cowardly act that I've done. Man, I can't express how remorseful and sorry that I am with the choice that I made that night for what I've done to the family and everybody that I affected making this choice that night. I've changed. I'm no longer that man. I've accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. He's just changed the way I think. He's renewed everything about me, my heart, my focus, the trauma that I've suffered throughout my childhood. I believe I demonstrated throughout my incarceration by respecting the authority of the classifications throughout security, male and female. I haven't got no write-ups through the system, and I'm just a completely changed person.
Okay. So have you served 14 or 15 years?
This June will be 15 years.
Okay. Classification, I'd like to ask, how many days CRTP has he received? I see 905. On his master.
That's what we have.
Okay. So in accumulating that many hours, I'm just trying to go through here. Did you get your GED in 2016, right?
Ma'am.
Pre-release, substance abuse, thinking for a change, moral recognition, anger management, moral compass. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out which ones of those classes did you learn the most from?
Truly, it was trauma healing and post-traumatic stress. Because it taught me about the trauma that I suffered as a young child. And when I went through the substance abuse and alcohol class, I wanted to try to figure out what led me to make these choices on my crimes. And it just brought me back to my childhood. And it showed me my triggers and stuff, how I mimicked my father throughout my life.
Okay. Mrs. Stapleton is going to ask you some questions in a minute. I'd like to recognize that you have Jessica Bunstoff, your fiance, join us via Zoom, who would like to speak. Is that okay if I call him first?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you would like to go ahead and speak first.
Good morning. My name is Jessica, and I am the fiance of Julius Wilt. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I'm here because I've seen Julius's growth with my own eyes, and I want to share what I know about the man he is today. Julius fully understands the seriousness of the actions that brought him here. He has taken responsibility, and he has spent his time reflecting and working hard to change. I'm not here to excuse his past. I'm here because I've watched him commit himself to becoming a better man. His faith has been a major part of that change. Julius has become a deeply spiritual man, and following Jesus has given him purpose, humility, and direction. We thank God for his growth, his commitment, and the strength he has gained through this journey. While incarcerated, Julius has made the most of every opportunity being there. He earned his GED, completed courses to better himself, and even stepped into mentorship roles to help others. That says a lot about his character. He wants to lift people up, not bring them down. Julius also has a family who supports him wholeheartedly. We believe in him because we see the work he has done. If he is granted parole, he will come home to a stable, loving environment. He already has a job lined up, and we have talked about routines and boundaries to help him stay focused and grounded. He will not be doing this alone. What gives me confidence in Julius is not his words, but the consistency of his actions. He is patient, thoughtful, and committed to living a responsible, rehabilitated life. I truly believe he is ready to continue this progress outside. Thank you for listening to my perspective. I know your decision is important, and I appreciate the care you put into it. I believe Julius has earned the chance to show that he is not the man he once was, and I am ready to support him in every step of the way.
Thank you, Jessica. Now we have Victoria Wilt Navarro, your daughter, who would like to speak.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Victoria. I'm the daughter of Julius. Over the last 15 years, I've definitely seen a huge growth in my dad. He is definitely a rehabilitated man and a changed man, and I'm really excited to be able to have this new opportunity with him when he gets released, whether that be now or in the next few years. I know his faith has definitely been a huge part of his transformation and his change as a man. He has shown severe remorse for his decisions that he made in his younger years, and I know that he deeply regrets the decisions that he did make at those times. I'm excited for him to be able to get out into the world again, live a normal life, have a job, get married, and be a part of that life. So I think that this is an appropriate time for him to return to a functioning member of society. Thank you.
And now I'd like to ask the warden. Warden, would you like to make a statement regarding this offender?
Well, I know, Mr. Wilt has been here for 15 years, that right up in that time frame. He was a mentor in our transition programs for a while until he, backed out to go, he's in HVAC school right now currently. And, yeah, he has been no issues since he's been incarcerated.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you have had 0 write-ups during your time of incarceration. We also have Mr. Randall Meyer with the Jefferson Parish DA's office.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. We're opposed to his request at this time. He has an extensive history of domestic abuse. The facts of this particular case are pretty horrific. And I won't get into those. Y'all have those on the record, in the record. I know you saw those. But he had 2 charges for home invasion, 2 separate cases. One he got, they were what day apart, 6/8 of 11 and 6/9 of 11, according to the court records. And this is, this case number is related to the 24th JDC case number 113730, and there's another one 113731, which was June 9th of 2011, and he was guilty of aggravated assault in that case. I note that his DOC mental health evaluation is concerning with his diagnoses and the fact it indicates he missed at least 5 appointments during that time. It doesn't state whether he made those up or, you know, what the facts around missing those appointments are. And I'm concerned with his programming. He did a number of programs back in 2015. He had anger management, Inside Out Dad, 2017 and all. He had some, and then he really had nothing after that until the 100 hours in 2021. He did take victim accountability in 21, you know, 1 or 2 other programs with the domestic, you know, the long history of the domestic violence. And I'm concerned with, you know, the only thing he's had relating to his anger issues was completed in 2015 and nothing more. So for those reasons, we're opposed.
I've got a question, Randy.
Yes, ma'am.
When I was looking back over this, I see when we go back to, we've got the 2011 case, but we also have the case that goes back to 2001, I believe. Let's see, and that's where we say the long history of domestic violence to 2000. And on that, there was, it says a charge of attempted first-degree murder. Do you know anything about that, 2002? And then prior to that, we've got stalking, intimidation, violation of protective orders. Are we talking about a different well, obviously, because this other one, they were only in a relationship for 3 years. So prior to that, seems like we have this other very serious case that goes all the way back to 2000 with a litany of crimes ending in an attempted first-degree murder charges and aggravated assault.
Yes, ma'am. And that is some of the issues that I have. Let me see if I can find, I'm not sure what happened with, I think, you know, though they must have been refused for some reason. The only charges of record in the clerk's office, which I'm looking at as we speak, he had some worthless check charges. In 2000, those were worthless check charges. And I did not see anything related to, you know, I saw he was charged with that, but I didn't see anything, and I still don't see anything in our record that deals with that.
Because I mean, it's got almost the same type of charges, remain after being forbidden and very serious, like you're saying. This is a long history of domestic violence behavior and very serious domestic violence behavior. And I don't understand why it didn't lead to anything. That's why I was wondering, was he on probation?
Okay, yeah, well, it showed he was billed at aggravated assault.
Yeah.
On that attempted murder charge, 2 counts. He pled guilty and he got 4 months in parish prison on that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know the facts surrounding that case though.
Pretty lightweight, huh?
Yeah.
And then I saw where on a DV in the synopsis that he lunged at the police officers with the knife. Was that this last one?
Yes, ma'am.
That was this last one. Okay, let me ask you something else. I'm curious on our end. Okay, any victim like this victim, when crime victims law, that they're not supposed to have any contact with their victim. So when he gets out, is there a way for this to be a permanent protective order for these victims of this last incident?
Well,
Or
in
they
this,
had to ask for it?
That's what we just took.
I don't, I guess you'd have to check with the board's counsel on how far y'all can prevent any type of contact. I don't know if that can go past his full term date, but there is a stay away order until
Yes,
May
I saw that.
24th of 2030.
30, I saw
So,
that.
yeah, so at least until 2030, if he gets near the victim, he can be revoked. Well, obviously he could be revoked if y'all were to grant him parole for that, but he also could face additional charges by violating that stay away order.
Yeah, because I mean, my thing to an offender is stay away from your victim, period.
Yeah.
You know, that's my thought as a person on this board, that you're to have no contact with your victim, and this person is whoever is the victim. And so that's, I just wanted to ask you about that, because I was very curious about the 2000 case and the 2002, because all of these seem to be a history of domestic violence that are very serious cases. All right, that's all. Thank you, Randy, very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask, and see what we've got going on. Can you tell me, sir, what was in your mind that day that you did this? Because you do have a history of domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am, like I had stated previously about, I didn't get my treatment when I was out there throughout my childhood. Every time I started treatment at the beginning when I was like 13 years old. My parents were poor. I come from two parents that were molested, that didn't give me any type of guidance. I'm not taking away anything from the crimes that I committed. I'm fully responsible. I mean, I'm totally remorseful, but I haven't gotten the treatment until I got here at Hunt's, talking to the psychiatrists, social workers, and everything. I've been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, borderline personality disorder, paranoia. But as of today, I have none of those issues. I have been cleared from the psychiatrist. I have got off of every medication that I've been on because I've come to the terms to understand what led me to react these ways, what triggered me. I watched my father be abusive to my mother throughout my entire life. He's tried taking his life by ODing, cutting himself. And like I said, I mimicked him. And I never understood this. Like when I went to drinking and drugs, I've always like taken classes. And like the DA spoke about, I've actually facilitated anger management classes about self-evaluation and to how to pursue things and catch your triggers before you even act out on certain things. But I'm remorseful. I'm no longer that person that committed these crimes. And concerning the stay away order to the victim, she has wrote me and I never responded back to her. I showed that I was not gonna violate any type of law.
Because you're right about that. The order is against you. And
Yeah.
so if a victim does something like that, which they shouldn't, but you are the one that the order is against. So you
Yeah.
did the right thing there. I'm very glad to hear you did that.
Mr. Bowman.
I wanted to ask some more questions. So you said that you're on medication for borderline personality disorder and bipolar.
No.
That you can speak.
No, I was. I mean, ever since I left, when I was in Jefferson Parish, went to St. Charles Parish, I was on several different types of medication. I mean, all I was doing with my issues that I've suffered throughout my life from drugs and alcohol, my trauma was just being pushed down. And even being on medication at the institution, I never discovered what my issues were because they were just like, I couldn't starve what was inside me. I mean, because I was just suppressing everything. I mean, to come to really realize what I've done to people. I mean, even with the issue with the police officers, that should have never happened. I mean, I am very remorseful. I put myself in situations and made the stupidest of choices. But I promise you, I am not the man that y'all see on the police reports. I mean, I respect what the DA said about me and how people can view me for the actions that I've done throughout my life. but I promise you, I will be a productive person out there. And I mean, I'm willing to even be a part of some type of group to speak to men and women about issues that they suffer and that you can overcome these things. I mean, Christ has changed my life dramatically. I am no longer that man that y'all see.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that also. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
I have no questions.
Mr. Will, since the Assistant DA brought up, what have you been doing since 2022? What's occupying your time while you're there in the last couple of years?
But I had several surgeries here at Hunts too. So that kind of kept me like bedridden for a little while. And I live in a vet storm. We take classes every day. On Monday and Tuesday, I'm a part of a squad where several men get around a table and we talk about things that happen in our life, like from responsible thinking and addiction recovery, relapse, personal growth. Man, I'm a part of a program that, I mean, it's from taking mentees to become mentors, using the core values of the military.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Secretary, you're prepared for that?
Yes, I am. Sir, I want to compliment you. I saw all the classes that you've taken. So, so you've done a very good job with trying to better yourself and learn. I'm very happy about that. But you do have a significant criminal history concerning domestic violence, and it goes back a good ways. Let me ask you, in all your classes, and maybe I missed it, did you take a DVOP class, a domestic violence offender program class, which is different from an anger management class? Anything like that?
Man,
Sorry.
man, I'm in victim and impact class right now. Coming to terms with your crime that you committed and the impact that you caused on family.
Okay, all right. Well, I was just wondering if you had that. Today, sir, pardon, go ahead.
I've enrolled into a domestic victim impact class out there in anger management and substance abuse and behavior misconduct for when I'm released. I've already enrolled in it.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That's very good to know. Okay, today, sir, based upon your criminal history, I'm not going to be able to grant your parole today, but I want you to keep up the good work that you've already started. It's excellent.
Mr. Barrow?
I'm going to concur with Ms. Stapleton for the same reasons and the strong law enforcement opposition. But keep up the good.
And my vote would be to grant parole. I don't feel like at this time, with the mindset and the classes you've taken, that you present a significant threat to public safety. You've served almost 85% of your sentence. Your rehabilitation has been excellent. Your conduct, 0 write-ups. If somebody has an anger management problem, I think we would see it on the inside. Warden, I don't know if that's true or not, but typically that shows itself. And you do have good reentry plans. So my vote would be to grant, but on a vote of 2-1, your request for parole has been denied. And that concludes our hearing with Mr. Wilt. And the time is now 9:51, and we are wrapping up at Elaine Hunt. Thank you, staff.
Stay out there.
All right.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. To my left is Ms. Stapleton, to my right is Mr. Byron and Ms. Ledoux. And our remote location is Raymond Laborde. With the staff there, please introduce yourselves.
Stephen Bordelon, Deputy Warden.
Nikki Chinmere, Deputy Warden.
Raven Heath, classification. Melissa Joshua, records.
Great, thank you, staff. Appreciate all y'all do. So we've got the introductions out of the way. With the offender, please introduce yourself and give us your name and VSC number.
Johnny Collins, 118051.
Okay, Mr. Collins, I'm going to read some information from your file. Sir, you're a fourth class offender. You are currently serving a 52-year, 2-month sentence for second-degree battery, attempted armed robbery, manslaughter, and you were revoked for an attempted second-degree murder. So you have served about 23 years classification. You can help me out on this. About 23 years of your 52?
Yes, ma'am.
We generally like to get your input first, but I'm going to ask Warden Bordelon, do you have any information on this offender you would like to share to the panel?
Yes, ma'am. Johnny's been at this facility for almost 20 years. I will note that he hasn't had any disciplinary records. A little over 6 years now. He hasn't had anything. During this time, though, he has completed a lot of classes. You know, he's done victim impact, living in balance. He's currently enrolled to try to obtain his GED. And over the years that I've known him, he has held various jobs at the facility, working in the kitchen. Currently, he's doing picking up trash as an orderly. And overall, you know, I can definitely tell you, as Johnny has been here and gotten older, you can tell he's a lot more docile than he was maybe 20 years ago. And I've seen a great change in him. But that's pretty much all I have for as far as what he has done in the facility.
Yeah, with 47 write-ups, yeah, he's calmed down.
Yeah.
A lot of number 5s fighting, yeah. Mr. Collins, why don't you tell us why you're here and why we should consider an early release today?
To show accountability for what I did 23 years ago. I committed a senseless act of violence or attempted second-degree murder on Miss Jackson by
Okay, so why should we consider release at this time?
I'm not the same person who I was who sitting before you today now. And I'd like to spend the rest of my remaining time with my family.
You're currently 57 years old? Man. Hey, you have a lot of violence in your history. What is that? What is that from? Is that from anger or mental health? What caused your violent behavior?
You know, it come from being around gangs when I was young.
What about in 07 when you hit the other offender? When did that come from?
Came from when I come from Angola. I came from Angola here, and I didn't really want to be here.
So have you taken thinking for a change?
Yes, ma'am.
You have. Have you, what was the best class you took?
What was the best class I took? I'd say AANA.
Okay. You've had phase 1 of living in balance, right? Have you taken phase 2?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I wrote in and they said that I didn't need it.
Okay. Okay. So AANA has been the best one so far. Panel, do y'all have any questions?
No question.
Mr. Collins, when I read your file, your conduct while you've been doing good the last 6 years concerned me a great deal. When did you find out you had parole eligibility?
That was after the fact that I decided to turn my life around.
Okay. What made you make that decision? When was that? What triggered you to make that decision?
As I got older, I got tired of being involved around negative things. I just wanted to put myself around positive people.
Right. Yeah. I can see where age, to be honest, 57 is not old on the outside. 57 is old on the inside, isn't it? Okay. My colleagues don't have any further questions. Mr. Collins, I have some concerns about the amount of time served. I'd like to see you be more productive and continue not having these the fights and stuff. You've done 6 years, that's excellent. Staff, I do believe that our requirements show that he needs to take phase 2 of the living in balance to meet the requirement for substance abuse. Because I don't see where he's waived from that requirement. And I would keep him really busy. But today my vote is to deny parole. And we wish you well. Ms. Stapleton,
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Barra,
I concur, denied due to the violent nature of your crimes, criminal history, and strong law enforcement opposition.
yes. So today on a unanimous vote, Mr. Collins, your request for parole has been denied. I believe that concludes our business there at Raymond Ward. Warden staff, thank you very much. Mr. Collins, good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today is Carolyn Stapleton, Danny Barra, and Jerry Ledoux. Our remote site is Allen Correctional, is that correct?
No, Allen Parish Sheriff's Office.
At the Sheriff's Office, okay. And would you introduce yourself, ma'am, for the record?
My name is Tanya Perkins.
Nice to have you with us, Ms. Perkins. Do you have any information about this offender, any recent problems or concerns?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if you can go ahead and come forward. Sir, would you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
My name is John Kobe Manuel, number 474467.
Mr. Manuel, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you or at your disposal?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your answers to the questions on that questionnaire indicate that you're not eligible for appointed counsel at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are here because you have you've been accused of violating condition of your parole. Ms. Stapleton is going to read that out to you, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay?
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's 4B, rule of violation 4B. It is alleged that the parolee was involved in criminal activity on or about August the 11th of 2024 by the commission of distribution of Schedule 1 CDS DeWitt, which was marijuana, possession of Schedule 2 CDS, distribution Schedule 2 CDS, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Trial is set for 2/9/2026. I think that's been changed to 4/13/2026. How do you plead, sir, for that?
I want to plead not guilty.
Okay. Now, can you talk to us about that and tell us what happened, please?
The police kicked in my door, and I have an apartment that I rent behind my home to my cousin. It's on the same property, and drugs were found in his house, and we was both charged with it.
Okay. The statement from the hearing is that the parolee pled not guilty to this violation and stated, as you just said, he rents an apartment behind his house to his cousin. And that is where the drugs were found, in his house, and they charged him and his cousin with the drugs. The parolee further stated he plans to take the matter to jury trial. And that's where we are right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about the marijuana? Because it's saying distribution of these drugs.
The marijuana charge was prior before this, and I have a prescription for the marijuana, and which I did show to my parole officer at the time, Mr. Damon Gilbert, which he did not put a parole hold on me, and I bonded out of jail. And the charges was, I think I pled guilty to a citation of possession of marijuana in December of 24.
What about the Schedule 2?
I plan on taking it to jury trial.
Anyone?
Mr. Manuel, obviously you don't consider marijuana a problem to smoke marijuana. Do you take other illegal drugs?
Yes, ma'am. I was wanting to talk to y'all about this before y'all made y'all's decision. I've been addicted to drugs for almost 30 years, and I've been dealing with it for many years. I just spent 6 years in prison, and there's nothing in there that could have prepared me for what I was getting myself back into once I was released. And of course, I fell right back into drug use, and it's been a hard road, and it's been a dilemma in my life. And I was gonna beg y'all, if there's any possible way that y'all can get me some kind of help, and take that into consideration. And I just pray that it's possible.
Mr. Manuel, I promise you that was your best statement that you could have made to this
Absolutely.
panel, okay? You've been out since 23.
Wow.
So you've been struggling with drugs since the whole time you've been out.
Probably 5 days upon release.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Byron, do you have any,
No, not after that. You answered my question.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, we can get you some help, okay? Ms. Stapleton, you're gonna vote first.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and vote first because we're in agreement.
Okay, so, Mr. Manuel, in lieu of revocation, that doesn't mean you get to go home, but we will be sending you to, or we will be recommending you go to a long-term DOC substance abuse facility. And long-term could be up to 9 months.
And if it's even longer than that, I would be open to that.
And so when you finish that, you might talk to them about a halfway house or something like that. But you have to be proactive in that. But that's my vote. Mr. Barbara?
I concur, and what you would need to ask them about is an IOP, intensive outpatient program. When you leave Steve Hall, ask them to set you up with an IOP.
Okay.
And Ms. Stapleton?
And I concur with Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Barra. And, you know, wish you every continued success with this because it is a struggle for the rest of your life. But maybe now you're going to be on the road to at least being able to fight it with some with what you know that I'm really proud of you.
Thank you so much.
The success rate over there is extremely good.
And, you know, I've never actually been given any type of help in my life. And I'm very excited. Thank you all so much.
Yes, sir.
You do your part, they will do theirs. All right, that concludes our business at Allen Sheriff's Facility, and the time is 10:22, and we'll be wrapping up. Thank you so much. Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today, on my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right, Danny Byrod. I'm Jerry Ledoux. We're at St. Tammany Parish Jail. I would like for the staff there to introduce yourselves for the record.
Corporal Christopher Ellis, Deputy Molinari.
Okay, great. Have y'all had any problems in recent days with this offender, anything since he's been there?
Just this morning, he claimed that he was never notified of the parole hearing and wanted to call his family first. And whenever I asked him if he was refusing to come or if he wanted to, then he decided to come, but he wanted to call his family first. He claimed he wasn't notified.
I believe we have record of notification in our file. Okay, so since we have record of notification, we're going to go ahead and continue. Do you, sir, could you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Anthony Carter, 766353.
Okay, just one moment. Anthony Carter. Okay, just a moment. Do y'all have Raymond Reardon close?
Yes, I have both of the other two offenders right outside.
Could you please bring in Raymond Reardon?
Okay, you want them swapped out or you want them in together?
We'll get Mr. Carter next, if that's okay. Thank you.
They're already present. Here's Mr. Reardon.
Thank you. Mr. Reardon, this is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. On my left is Ms. Stapleton. To my right is Mr. Barra, and I'm Ms. Ledoux. Could you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Raymond Reardon, 364272.
Yep. Mr. Reardon, you are before this panel because you have allegations that you violated your conditions of parole. Do you have a form with you that shows your signature?
I don't,
That's your questionnaire and there's your DSM.
yes, I do now.
Okay, you recognize your signature.
Yes, ma'am.
So the answers to that questionnaire indicate you're not eligible for appointed counsel. We're going to ask Mr. Barra to read your allegations, and you're going to answer him with a plea of guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Mr. Barra?
All right. It is alleged you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 2, on October 27th, 25, after being released from the St. Tammany Parish Jail for a technical violation, you were instructed to report to Covington District Office to be placed back on electronic monitoring. You failed to report as instructed. How do you plead to that?
I was not guilty. I wasn't aware that I was supposed, I'm sorry, not guilty with a statement.
All right. Number 2, again, on 11/17/25, having failed to report as ordered, you were contacted via text and told to report to Covington District Office on 11/19/25. You again failed to report as ordered. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement? All right. Same thing, number 2, on 11/19, having failed to report as ordered, you were given another report date of 11/21/25, for which you finally reported. Guess that one, you plead guilty to that one. They're saying you reported, huh? All right. Moving on to number 4, you engage in criminal activity when you're associated with people known to be involved in criminal activity and fail to refrain from illegal use of drugs, alcohol, as evidenced by your drug screen of 11/21/25, which showed you positive for cocaine and marijuana. Since your release onto parole supervision on 2/22, this is the 6th time you either tested positive or admitted to illegal narcotics. Since your release on parole, how do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
All right, number 6, you failed to provide proof of employment and have failed to actively seek employment while on parole. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement.
Number 10, you last made a payment of supervision fees on April 4th of 2024 and are currently $1,964 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
Special conditions. That the curfew of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. was ordered by the parole board as a special condition of supervision. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty. With a statement.
Not guilty? What state? Special condition 13, again, that you attend 3 AA meetings per week as ordered by the parole board as a special condition of supervision. You failed to provide documentation showing where you attend AA meeting.
Not guilty.
How you plead to that one?
Not guilty, sir.
Not guilty. All right, and number 13, 5 hours of community service work per month was ordered by the parole board as a special condition of supervision. You have failed to provide documentation showing where you completed your community service. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
All right. Let's start back again at the top for the first one of number 2. Tell us about that violation.
Okay, that's, she said that I was, all right, it says, after being released, I was instructed to report. I was released at 1:30 in the morning. I wasn't given instructions to come back and put my ankle monitor on. If I knew I had to go, that soon, I'd have went and I'd have done it. I called her, I texted her. I wasn't given a diminution of sentence and I wasn't told to report. Cause it was a 90-day check. I wasn't aware that I had the ankle monitor on for 7 months. I wasn't aware that I had to put it back on. I wasn't notified of this.
You telling me that you're a 4th offender and you still don't know you're supposed to report to your parole officer?
No, yes, sir. I know I'm supposed to, but I've never did a technicality of what I just done. I never done that. I never received a diminution of sentence or nothing like that. I was released at 1 in the morning. I didn't sign no release papers or anything. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to put it on.
All right, let's hear from the parole agent on that violation.
Hey, I'm Agent Miller. On the way to transport Mr. Reardon to St. Tammany Parish Jail, I specifically told him when he was released to report back to my office to get the ankle monitor put back on because I had so much trouble with finding him and him breaking curfew while on supervision.
Thank you for that information. What about number 4, Mr. Reardon? When you engage in criminal activity by using illegal drugs?
She claims I've had 6, or I've admitted 6 times since 2022. I've never did a technicality on it. I've never been to a treatment for none of them because it was all marijuana until the first one I failed with her, and I have a prescription for the marijuana. My previous parole officers never raised the issue about it because before I took I would admit to it that I'd be dirty for marijuana. My first dirty UA was with Miss Miller in 2024 of October, and she locked me up for it. I've never did another sanction. I've never did, except for sanctions that she's given me. I've never did no turnarounds, no 10-day for dirty UA. I did one 7-day sanction in 2022 when I first come home. And that's the only problems I've had on parole in 4 years until the last year with Miss Miller.
That's not exactly what that report says that I got.
Report from who, Miss Miller?
From our probation and parole supervisor. Thank you.
So, Ms. Miller, what do you have to tell us about that one?
So the first time I met Mr. Reardon, I went to his residence, verified everything, and gave him a UA. He tested positive for, I believe it was methamphetamine, marijuana, all of some other things. I can pull it up for you. And he stated that he had a medical card, and I told him that when you're on parole, you can't smoke marijuana. It has to be approved with the parole board. And to stop, I've tried treatment with him. I've done, my part as far as trying to help him, but he continuously tests positive.
Mr. Reardon, how about number 6? You failed to provide any proof of employment and have failed to actively seek employment while on supervision. You pled guilty with a statement to that. What's the statement?
I was hurt on a job in 2023. And I'm currently, I show you my paperwork. I got a workman's comp suit going on now, and I can't work. I got a torn rotator cuff and I need surgery. And I just recently got hit by a car and had surgery on my wrist. So, and she was aware of that.
She is aware of that by how you provided doctor's excuse?
I took pictures of myself on the operating table and texted it to her.
You texted it to her from the operating table?
Yes, Yeah, right before I went for surgery, I texted her and told her where I was and exactly what I was doing.
Ms. Reardon, can you verify that? I mean, sorry, Ms. Miller, can you, verify
He
that you
would,
got that?
he's talking about the instance where the car hit him. He never provided anything to me as far as workers' comp showing that he had anything going on. It was all just talk. He never
Oh.
showed me any documentations about his workers' comp claim, why he couldn't work. It was all just word of mouth.
You never asked.
When he was on his way back from treatment back in May, June timeframe, he told me that he had to have surgery on his wrist from getting hit by a vehicle.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're
How
welcome.
about, condition number 10, Mr. Reardon, that you pay your supervision fee. What can you tell us about that one? What's your statement for that one?
That's, same as the last one. I haven't been able to work. I'm fighting a workman's comp claim.
All right. It looks like, during your preliminary hearing, Officer Abity searched the St. Tammany Clerk of Court website, but not find anything about your recent civil suit that you're pertaining to be a workman's comp lawsuit.
Cause I got the proof right here, sir. Matter of fact, my court date was yesterday for the trial was yesterday for the judge to determine what, how much back pay of workman's comp that I get. The trial was scheduled for yesterday, and it's the third time it's been postponed because the third time Miss Miller has incarcerated me in the last year. And I brought proof of it right here.
Have you sent any of that to the probation office?
No, actually, just by me speaking with her, she's never asked for it. I thought she wasn't really sweating it about it because she's never mentioned me not working. She's never mentioned it until she put it on my violation. I've told her about it. One time she did tell me, she said, "Oh, you're just waiting for a check." Yes, ma'am, I am waiting for a check. And that's pretty much, we never really discussed it. But every time she's locked me up, I told her what I stand to lose by being locked up, and it didn't bother. I mean, she's right. I've only spoke by word of mouth. I've never showed her any proof because she's never asked for no proof. I thought she believed what I was telling her because she never asked for the proof.
All right, put a little mental note for you that in the future, when you have something like that, send documentation to the parole officer, whether it's her or any other one. It's important, especially when you, as a defense.
Yes, sir.
All right. Condition number 13, curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And it says you haven't abided by that curfew. What do you have to say about that?
If I had a curfew when I first come home on parole in 2022, that was resolved, that was completed, that was resolved. But Miss Miller put me on a curfew in 2025, and she gave me an 8 o'clock curfew. And from there, and that's when she put the ankle monitor on me at the same time. And from there, I mean, I thought I abided by it pretty well. I mean, if I never went to jail for it. I mean, I kept it charged the best way I could. But now the 2000, when I first come home, the 9 o'clock curfew, that was a stipulation of the parole board that was on my diminution of sentence. I completed that. And probably within the first 6 months that I was on parole in 2022.
Agent Miller, can you tell us anything about the parole curfew violation?
Yes, so I had to wind up putting him on a GPS just because he was hard to contact. The 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew was established on his parole conditions when he was released, and on the diminution, it stated for the length while he was on parole. So I put him on an ankle monitor. There were several violations of him being out past curfew. Not charging the GPS. He did have trouble with the GPS charging, and I told him at least 5 times to come into the office so we can look at it. and he never did that.
Thank you. All right. Also, condition number 13, complete 5 hours of community service work as ordered by the parole board. Mr. Britton, what you have to say about that one?
That was completed in 2022. And she says that it's supposed, I'm on 20 years parole. I'm supposed to do community service and all that for 20 years. My first PO that I got when I come home in 2020, I did all these stipulations and I was relieved from all of them from completing them. That's why I haven't done them in 2-3 years, because I done them all when I first come home. The community service, the AA meetings, I've done all that. The 9 o'clock curfew, that was all diminution of sentence stipulations, and I completed them all.
Well, I don't even have to ask Ms. Miller about this one. I mean, when it's on your certificate, you have to complete them and abide by them until the agent addresses it with the parole board and asks for it to be removed.
It was removed, sir, by my first and my second PO. It should be in my paperwork.
Ms. Agent Miller, do you have anything you can tell us about that one?
I don't have any documentation saying that he completed or it was removed or anything like that, going back all the way until his release in 2022. So nothing has been ordered by you guys or proven that he doesn't need to comply with those conditions.
Mr. Wren, do you have copies of those paperwork that you're talking about?
I turned it in. I don't know what was done with them. It was 3 years ago, sir.
You didn't keep a copy for your, right?
I completed it. I didn't need to, sir. I complied with my parole officer at the time. I didn't know that 3 parole officers later, and 3 years later, I would have trouble with it. It was done. That's why it's never been an issue that's been brought up so far, because I've had 4 different parole officers besides Miss Miller. It's never been addressed because it was taken care of. I had one sanction since I've been out of jail since I've been out of prison since 2022, one, and besides Miss Miller, I just did a 90-day tech, and in 15 days, 16 days later, she locks me up again for the same text, for the same violations from before. She's been my parole officer about 13 months. I've done almost a year plus a 6-month treatment while she's been my PO. I've had no problems until she became my parole officer. No problems whatsoever. My first dirty UA is what she was just referring to, was October 28th of 2024. And I did 77 days in jail. I was put on an ankle monitor, 6-month treatment, and 8 o'clock curfew for my first dirty piss test. Excuse my language. And that was from Miss Miller. And I ain't been free 3 months since then because of Miss Miller. Now, I'm not trying to argue back and forth. Well, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just want to be treated fairly. I have no problems on parole until Miss Miller became my parole officer a little over a year ago.
Another thing you need to put down in your notes of things you're learning from this process, keep the copies of all the documentation that when you complete special conditions that they're done. Just in case you end up with 3 or 4 parole officers down the line and they can't find it. Because we can't find it either. She can't find it. You can't.
Right here.
You found it?
Yeah, it's right here.
That's it.
Well, it says that in 6 of 22, you had a drug test, dirty urine, and you were reprimanded. 7/15 of 22, you had your second positive drug test. And 8 of 22, you were out of state and were arrested for drug charges. Your history of compliance, what you're saying is inaccurate according to your history of compliance.
Ma'am, the 2 drug tests, that's why I never did a sanction on them or nothing, because I had the card. I had a prescription for it. I thought it was okay. My parole officer thought it was okay.
You were reprimanded. I'm not going to argue with you. You're ready to.
All right, that covers the special conditions. Looking at the conditions, rereading summary of the preliminary hearing you had, they found probable cause on all of these conditions except number one at the preliminary hearing. And they also documented that you were very combative and disrespectful and yelling and screaming, and that's not gonna get you nowhere with probation and parole either. You need to put that
Yes,
in your
sir. I understand. Yes, sir.
list of things. That's not gonna help you anytime, at any time. But so today, again, after hearing all your statements, I'm seeing probable cause again for all of the violations, especially if you don't have any proof and we don't have the proof. That may, we're not seeing any proof. So if y'all have any questions?
No. Yeah.
Agent Miller, do you have anything you wanted to add to this before we vote?
I've attempted with Raymond several times to get him help. I tried Shishap. I've tried, a treatment where he didn't go. He didn't wind up going from the jail. I've tried IOP. He was doing great for a while, and then he had a positive drug test after they completed him. So, I mean, he's very combative. He's hard to see. Everything is my fault. He doesn't take accountability for his own actions, and I wish the best for him.
Sad.
All right. Okay, we prepared to vote. Case is assigned to me. Mr. Ridnock, you leave me no choice but to vote to revoke your parole. You haven't complied with the conditions and your excuses don't really match up with the
That's
document.
fine. That's fine. Well, how much do I have to serve is what I need to know, sir.
Don't answer those questions. Can you let us finish voting, please, Ms. Fulton?
I concur with Mr. Barrow.
My vote is also to revoke. So today unanimously, you've been revoked. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Carter, we're back with you. I don't know if you remember our names, but they're in front of us, and we're gonna go ahead and get your name and DOC number again, please.
Anthony Carter, 766-353.
Okay, Mr. Carter, you established that you did have paperwork that indicated you're not eligible for appointed counsel, correct?
Ma'am?
Do you have a questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that indicates that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. We have several allegations against you of violating conditions of parole. Mr. Barra is going to be reading those, and you answer him with guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement, okay?
Right.
Mr. Barra.
All right. It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your supervision in the following manner. That you failed to submit monthly reports since April 15th of 2024. The ICOTS case was closed from Mississippi due to you absconding from them in April of 25, and they issued a warrant for your case. That you were on probation for in Mississippi. We requested a warrant, and it was issued on October 24th. After the case was closed, you were in Mississippi without permission. Multiple attempts were made to contact you regarding coming back to Louisiana, but you didn't. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. All right, we'll come back to that one. You moved from your stated address in Mississippi sometime before April 15th of 2024. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
You moved without permission, making your whereabouts for home visits impossible. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
And you failed to pay supervision fees of $60 a month, $65.
I didn't know while I was in prison because I was on parole for Mississippi as well. They told me I was just supposed to pay for Mississippi, so.
Okay. All right, well, tell us about condition number 2, that you failed to submit monthly reports since April 15th of 2024. Tell us about that one.
I was in prison, sir.
For what?
Sir?
Why were you in prison?
In Mississippi, violation of fines.
You were taking on a detainer straight from Louisiana to Mississippi?
When I was released from Louisiana and I went to Mississippi on parole and for Mississippi and Louisiana. And I violated like a year later for like fines.
What?
For not paying fines?
Yes, sir.
And Mississippi put you in jail for that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Regarding that, at the preliminary hearing, you said that you did not move anywhere. Agent Cornish provided an ICOTS progress report from Mississippi dated 9/3/24 that stated offender has absconded supervision and failed to report since November of 23, and offender has failed to report to this office since November 23, unable to locate the offender. And consider a warrant on this offender for absconding supervision. That's what the Mississippi parole officers telling us. Also provided an ICOTS violation report from Mississippi dated 9/3/24, which stated offender has failed to report since November 9th of 2023. Offender has called in December of 23 about being at the hospital with his girlfriend. Offender's mother called on March 24 about the offender acting crazy and assaulting his daughter. Tried to contact the offender, unable to reach him in March and April. Went to check residence and advised offender was gone by April 15th of 2024. Jones County Circuit, Mississippi issued a warrant for him for absconding also. That's the information we have from the Mississippi probation and parole people.
Yeah, November, I was in prison. November 2024 and 25. I just came over here like November the 4th of 25.
What about before that, when you first got there?
Oh, I was reporting to my parole officer, Mr. Rogers.
They say haven't.
The lady who violated me, I don't even know who she was. She wasn't my probation officer.
Yeah, they say.
I don't know if I had two probation officers for you and them, but I had Mr. Rogers, something Rogers, Don Rogers, I think.
Yeah, that's contrary to what the report from the parole people down there says. Let's move on to number 3. Said I will live at the address on the parole certificate, and if I must move this address, I'll get permission from the parole officer before doing so. You moved from your address in Mississippi sometime in April of 2024. Parolee Carter pled not guilty to this violation and claimed he was in jail in Jones County and did not move. Agent claims refer to the same evidence presented support for violation number 2 above. Furthermore, Agent Camies called the Jones County Jail during the preliminary hearing to obtain the dates of incarceration, and the jail informed him that Carter was incarcerated from October 27th, 24 to December 6th of 24. And this period of incarceration was over 6 months after the time Mississippi informed us that you had absconded. So what do you have to say about that one? They're saying that you were in jail for a couple of months, but that was way after that they had already said that you had left without permission.
Sir, my mom, I've been taking care of my mom. She has cancer, and she can vouch for that. You know, that's why I'm not understanding why nobody came to tell me that I was going to have a parole hearing today. And I was at that one and only address, 907 Van Buren in Ellisville.
Well, that's just gonna have to go down as agreeing to disagree, because they're saying something totally different than what you're saying. Number 9, that I'll agree to visits at my residence or place of employment at any time, and also the searches of my person or residence vehicle when reasonable suspicion exists that I have been involved in criminal activity. They're saying, again, you move without permission, making home visits impossible. And I guess you're gonna say the same thing, you didn't move. And they're gonna say the same thing, that, yeah, you did. All right, and we talk about number 10, paying a supervision fee. For the sake of argument on that one, I'll just disregard that one. I'm not even gonna consider that one for today's violations. They advise you that they found probable cause on all of the conditions at the preliminary hearing. So you wasn't, they said you wasn't able to be found. Were you reporting to them? You were going in and seeing?
Yes, sir. See, my PO officer, he worked at the hospital and I seen him a lot as well there with my mom, you know, taking care of her because she was in and out of the hospital as well. Like I said, the lady who violated me, I don't even know her name, but Mr. Rogers was not there when I was violated. And my address has always been the same. If I would have knew somebody was looking for me, for sure, I ought have been, you know, just for not coming to jail, you know, I would have been at the front doorstep.
All right, I don't have any more questions anymore.
Okay, you were back in Calcasieu Parish. David Dobbs was your probation officer, parole officer, correct?
When I left Phelps Correctional Facility, yes, ma'am.
And that was in 9/27 of 24, right before we detained you in 10 of 24. And you were positive for methamphetamine.
Wait, hold up, when?
I'm reading from the report, 9/27/2024. This is Mr. Dobbs. Since subject reported in and completed his MSR, he admitted to using meth and he has problems.
Mr. Dobbs, that's in Louisiana, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
I was 9/24, October, November. That was, I've never, September. I was in Mississippi in September. I was under Mr. Rogers.
Okay. Well, Mr. Barra, your case.
Anybody has questions? Ready to vote?
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Carter, reviewing what you're saying compared to what the reports from the parole officers are saying, there's quite a bit of a discrepancy. And it appears to us that you failed to report like you were supposed to, and you failed to stay where you were supposed to down there. So, and you continue to use drugs. So during no choice but to recommend a revocation of this supervision.
Stapleton.
I concur, Mr. Brower.
Now that is to revoke based on absconding supervision. Mr. Carter, your parole has been revoked.
felony set for
Good
trial.
morning, Mr. Meadows, here before the Louisiana Committee on Parole. On my left is Ms. Stapleton, to my right is Mr. Barra, Ms. Ledoux. Would you please introduce yourself and your DOC number for the record?
My name is William Meadows, DOC number 733-175.
Okay, Mr. Meadows, do you happen to have a piece of paper in your possession that shows it's a parole questionnaire
Yes, ma'am.
and you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
The answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to ask Mr. Barra to read some allegations of noncompliance, and you're going to vote guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement. Before I ask, are you currently receiving medication for your mental health issues while you're incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I just want to make sure you were getting those. Thank you, Mr. Barra.
All right, Mr. Meadows, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your supervision in the following manner. Number 4, defendant has failed to refrain from criminal conduct as evidenced by his arrest on or about 119 for domestic abuse, battery, and possession of a firearm or carrying a concealed weapon by a person convicted of certain felonies. That false imprisonment, offender was armed with a dangerous weapon, aggravated assault with a firearm, armed robbery, the distribution, possession of a alleged drug, prohibited acts, paraphernalia, vehicle registration, domestic abuse, battery. The felony charges are set for trial on February 23rd of 2026, which is coming up. How do you plead to those violations?
Not guilty.
All right. Condition number 5, the defendant has failed to refrain from criminal conduct as evidenced by his arrest for possession of a firearm with concealed weapon by certain people convicted of certain felonies, false imprisonment, armed robbery, aggravated assault with a firearm. How do you plead to those violations?
Not guilty.
All right. Go ahead and tell us about why you plead not guilty to violate number 4. Why you think?
Me and my ex-fiance had gotten in a verbal argument, and I had left the house. When I had come back to get dressed for work the next morning, she had pulled a firearm on me, and I did whatever I had to do to get the weapon from her. And then once I got it from her, I left. Now, they're trying to say that I beat her and all this stuff, but I have hospital reports that prove otherwise. The only thing I did to her was enough to take the gun from her.
So you're saying that the marks that the police report documents on her with the domestic abuse strangulation is what it took to get the gun away from her?
There's no marks on her neck or anything. It's in the police report.
It says with marks. On the police report I read, I wrote it down.
It says she's got a cut on her right eye, and she has no marks or abrasions on her neck.
So what about her right eye?
That when we were, no, I didn't ever touch her. I didn't ever touch her that night. We got in a verbal argument and I left. I didn't even know she had called the police.
Okay, what about the, and you saying when the police arrested you, you had the firearm, but it was her firearm you took away from her?
It was a firearm I took away from her.
So you do realize that's a problem, huh?
Well, I felt in danger of my life. She pulled a gun on me.
Did you call the police?
No, I didn't want her to go to jail.
Well, what were you gonna do with the gun?
I was gonna give it back to its owner, which was not her. She wasn't the owner. I was supposed to meet the owner and give it back to him. And I was on my way to do that when I got arrested.
Right.
I had no intention of doing anything with the firearm. But I knew I wasn't gonna give her the firearm back.
All right. Do you, would you like to continue this case until the outcome of those felony charges, or would you like for us to rule on it today?
I'd like to continue the case because, like I said, I have a good case and I'm about 80% sure the case is gonna get dropped.
All right. Then I guess we're prepared to vote. I am assigned the case and I vote to continue the case to the outcome of the pending charges.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur, Mr. Barrow. Continue.
Well, I will continue as well. We're going to go ahead and continue this case. I hope that, because you've been continued several times, you've been in since January 25 and they keep bumping it back. So how are you?
I'm supposed to be priority in the next couple of months, so I'm expecting within the next 6 months, I'll know for sure. The only thing is I can't show them any document, any proof. I got videos and everything, but I can't show it until trial.
Okay.
So.
Relax. You're okay here. Okay, so your case has been continued by unanimous vote. And we'll hear back from you after that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're signing off at St. Tammany Parish at 11:28. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace out. Hope so.
Hey, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. I'm Jerry Ledoux. Our remote site right now is Point Capee Jail or Point Capee Parish Jail. With the staff there, introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Deputy Tommy Harris. Deputy Chanel Coleman.
Thank you very much. Since he's been incarcerated there, have y'all had any trouble with the suspender?
No, ma'am.
Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Nicholas Powell, DOC number 704756.
Okay. Mr. Powell, you're before this panel today with allegations of violating the conditions of your parole. And we have to go through those, and you're going to give us a plea guilty state or not. And at this time, Ms. Stapleton is going to read those.
Okay, Mr. Powell, on rule violation number 4, on 3/16/2025, you were arrested by the Point Capee Parish Sheriff's Office for aggravated assault with a firearm and domestic abuse battery. The subject was billed with aggravated assault with a firearm and domestic abuse battery with a dangerous weapon, PCP 86845F. Probable cause was found for domestic abuse battery only based on the New Roads Police Department arrest and offense report. On 11/13/2025, in the 18th JDC, the pending charges were non-prossed at the victim's request under docket PCP 86845F. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Can you hear me? How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay. And then number 10, you are currently $3,255 in arrears towards supervision fees. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty on that one?
Not guilty.
Not guilty or guilty? I couldn't understand you.
Not guilty.
Not guilty?
No.
Okay. So right now, we have a Miss Jada Baptiste, ex-girlfriend and the victim who says she would like to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I just want to give you a brief summary on what happened. The day everything happened, we had gotten to it days prior. I hadn't seen him all day that day. I haven't heard from him that night. And I just took it upon myself to just pop up unannounced. And when I got there, he was standing outside of a female's car. A female was out there he was talking to. And when he seen me, he ran and jumped in his car, locked the doors. I got out the car, went to his car, arguing with him. He would not get out the car. He just kept telling me leave. I started banging on his glass and he pulled off. And I got in my car and followed him. And by me being so hurt and upset because of what I seen, ma'am, I just called the police and said what I know what to say for the police to come and arrest him. At that moment in time, I just didn't care. I didn't. I really didn't. Like, so I know it was a wrong thing for me to do, but I'd rather just not see him in jail for something that's gonna ruin his life, and he really is a good person.
Okay,
I was very enraged.
Well, let me ask you some questions about your statements, okay? At the time, Ms. Baptiste stated that Powell forcefully took her phone from her hand. As she demanded it back, Powell allegedly stated, B, if you leave, I'll shoot this car up. In response, Ms. Baptiste recalled saying, shoot it up. Powell then allegedly fired one round between her vehicle and its crash cam. Who's got a crash cam on their car? Which would be some video.
Do
you have a crash cam on your car?
No, ma'am.
Do you, sir?
No, she said a trash can or
A trash can.
Trash can.
Fired one round between her vehicle and its trash can, but it should have just been the trash can. Is that right? Okay. So tell me about the gun.
There's no gun, ma'am. I was dating Nick for 4 years. I knew about his previous arrests. I knew what was said that got him arrested last time, and I knew exactly what to say to get him arrested, ma'am, to get him to go to prison. I knew exactly what to say. I knew to say his name, and I knew what to say. I explained this to the DA. I explained this to. I was very upset.
Not an excuse.
I know.
You know, that's a criminal charge.
I know, ma'am.
And you weren't given a criminal charge.
No.
And you said you knew how to do this before.
No, I was saying I knew about his previous charges, so I knew what to say. But I never did this before, ma'am. Never did this before ever in my life. Never.
Simultaneously, Ms. Batiste stated that a gray Honda pulled up, at which point Powell allegedly placed a firearm in the vehicle belonging to, I ain't even say her name because you're saying that you lied about everything. So belonging to another person, a female. While Powell still had Miss Batiste's phone and keys, she attempted to retrieve them, at which point a physical altercation ensued. During the struggle, Powell allegedly punched Miss Batiste in her face with a closed fist, causing an injury to her upper lip and a small laceration inside her mouth from contact with her braces. After regaining possession of her phone, Miss Batiste stated that Powell fled the location in the black Dodge Charger, at which point she pursued him until law enforcement officers intercepted and detained Powell. Based upon the evidence, witness statements, and victim testimony, the following charges are recommended. First, it was aggravated assault with a firearm that was discharged in her direction, but that has been no PC found on that one. But then a domestic abuse battery. He got a charge for that. That is still pending. Powell forcefully took the victim's phone and during the altercation, punched her in the face, causing documented injuries. And then additional notes are the firearm remains and unrecovered. Continued efforts are required to locate and secure the weapon. Further forensic analysis and surveillance footage, if available, is pending. Additional witness interviews is ongoing. After his arrest, being advised of his rights, the location, Powell was transported to the local detention center in good condition for housing. So what about your lip?
I have a toddler, ma'am. He headbutt me all the time. I have braces in my mouth, so that was old. That wasn't nothing. I didn't have a physical altercation with Nick because he never got out the car. Like we just was arguing through the glass. He kept telling me leave, and I started banging on his windshield, and he pulled off immediately after. And I jumped in my car and followed him and called the police. Like when he seen me, he ran and jumped in his car. Like.
Anybody else have something to say? Questions? No.
I got it. Ms. Baptiste, you know, it seems like it's all coming down to, do we believe you for telling the truth to the police? Or do we believe you are telling the truth to us?
Before he was even took to the detention center, I had after I wrote the statement and everything, and I thought about everything, like I had already tried to fix things before he was even taken into custody. Like this ain't just this. I didn't just change my story or anything today or last week or months prior. This happened the day he was arrested, like the night he was arrested.
Okay. let's go back, Mr. Powell, to the same period of supervision. Since you've been on supervision since 10 of 20, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had an arrest August 31st, 2022, in which another female reported that you shot at her 5 to 6 times.
That wasn't true. I can explain that if you want me to.
Sure.
Ma'am.
Yes, please
Sure.
explain.
Well, earlier that day, it had started raining. I didn't have a ride to the store, so I had called her. And she took me to the store. It started back like kind of drizzling. I went in the house for the me and the girl was in front of my house. Basically, I left out the back door for to see another female. She stayed in front of the house for a couple hours. My mom pulled up. My mom had stated that she was knocking on the door for me, but I was gone. I was in another area with another female, and she got upset from that.
And so somebody else said that you had a gun. You know, right now it's not looking good.
But the charge has been dropped, just like these.
And
She came out to.
But it says witnesses gave supporting statements that you shot at this person 5 to 6 times. There were witnesses that gave supporting statements.
If it was witnesses, why would the charge drop?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Because here we have the same thing again.
When I was up in here 2022,
yeah,
it was basically like the same situation, just heartbroken and just every time I meet a new person, I don't hide my background from them. Like I just tell them my background, like basically like my whole story of my life.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you something. In this situation, if there's an error to be made, I'm going to err on the side of caution when it becomes domestic violence. And we got two, allegations of you shooting a weapon at a female, two different females. And this one right here, she told the police that she had a busted lip, that you hit her with a closed fist. And you were charged with that. So based upon what she told police, I am going to revoke you today because of your domestic violence charge.
Mr. Barra?
I concur for the same reason.
Mr. Powell, I think you pose a public safety threat. My vote is also to revoke. By unanimous decision, your request for parole has been denied, and that for revocation, you've been revoked.
Can y'all
Good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is paneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today on the panel to my left is Ms. Stapleton, to my right is Mr. Barra, and I'm Ms. Ledoux. We're at the Washington Parish Jail hearing a revocation for an offender. Is there any staff in the room with the offender? Okay, would the offender please state your name and your DOC number for the record? I believe you might be muted. Do you know how to unmute?
Jonathan Brown, 52884.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you're before this committee with being accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole. In that, oh, before I do that, let me ask, do you have a form in front of you that you recognize your signature on? It's a questionnaire.
This man has paperwork, hold on.
Yep. Flash. Take a look at the screen and okay. Okay. You have been assigned a appointed counsel, is that correct?
Yeah, I have.
Was your appointed counsel at your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is he today?
I don't have no clue, ma'am.
I see Agent Daniel Abadi with us.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Abadi,
Good morning.
to that.
This morning I was contacted by his attorney. I told him the procedure he was supposed to do to log in, to get everything set up. He then, I told him I could probably forward him the information, but he could also try to call headquarters, John Smith, to get on board. He was adamant that I emailed him the meeting ID number when it came through, which I did. We were on earlier. Then I emailed him a second time to let him know that the hearing was pushed back later today, therefore log off. And then I emailed him a third time recently to let him know he can log back in. And I've never gotten a response once. I don't know if he logged in the first time, but I told him the paperwork explained to him how to log on and what to do at 7:30 this morning.
Okay, so we register, we register
There he
people
is.
for the hearings at 8:30. What was, is it David Knight?
Yes, he just came on, it looks like.
Okay, good. So Mr. Knight is joining us now.
Yes, I've been here for a while. I didn't know it was gonna last this long.
Okay, could you adjust your camera just a little bit so we can see more of your face, or?
Which way, this way?
Yes, thank you.
Is that it?
So, yes, so
Okay.
Mr. Knight, you're the appointed counsel for Mr. Brown, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what we are going to be doing is reading allegations into the record, and we're asking the offender to answer guilty with a statement, or not guilty. If you would like to assist your offender, your client in any way during that, we would welcome you to do that.
So guilty with a statement and not guilty?
That is correct.
Okay.
So we have 2 allegations against Mr. Brown: that the subject failed to refrain from criminal activity on 4/10/2025, which led to his arrest for the offense of resisting an officer, possession with the intent to distribute cocaine, with marijuana, possession of a firearm, carrying a concealed weapon by persons convicted of certain felonies, possession of a firearm while in possession of a CDS. These charges are currently pending, and it looks like there's a court date, April 1, 2026.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with the open charges. Which jurisdiction are they in?
Washington Parish.
Washington Parish?
Parish.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Mr. Brown, how do you plead on those charges?
Not guilty.
Okay. And number 5, the subject failed to abide by conditions of parole by operating a vehicle with a handgun under the seat. The subject has been seen driving that vehicle on multiple occasions. And the Bogalusa Police Department have also recognized that. But his girlfriend advised post Miranda that the subject does not operate the vehicle without her present, and the firearm is sometimes in the vehicle. And she stated that the firearm would likely have the subject's DNA and fingerprints on it at the time of the arrest. How do you plead?
Not guilty, man.
I think at this time it would be appropriate to, does your attorney have anything to say, Mr. Knight?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. So, who appointed you to represent him?
Was that a question directed to me?
Yes, sir. Mr.
I'm
Knight.
sorry. What is it? What's the?
Who appointed you to? The agent appointed you?
Right. As far as I know, yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go ahead and listen to what the agent, Mr. Daniel Abity, has to say. Would you please illuminate us?
Good morning. We actually had to have 2 preliminary hearings. Our first preliminary hearing we had with Mr. Brown, we went through the whole hearing, and at the very end, he made the comment that he didn't understand the violations against him. So after speaking back at the office, and we came to the conclusion that because he made that statement at the very end of the first hearing, we would then appoint counsel for the second preliminary hearing that we had. Mr. Knight was there mainly to explain the violations against him. At the conclusion of that hearing, it appeared to me, my personal opinion, that it's not that Mr. Brown doesn't understand the violations. There was a long discussion during the hearing about whether we had a warrant or not to search the place that he was found and located when he was arrested. And I think he's a little confused as far as how could I be violated or be in violation if y'all didn't have a search warrant versus what the actual violation that we were trying to explain to him. But that's why Mr. Knight's here today. He too tried to explain to Mr. Brown at the end of the second hearing what the violations were. I'm not sure how helpful that was. And there was probable cause found that he did abscond from moving 3 or 4 different times during a short period of time, and ultimately being located in a hotel room. Once located in the hotel room, the warrant has already been sent up to the parole board. The activity report. Once located in the hotel room, the vehicle that he was seen by several different agencies, several different dates driving himself, the keys were located next to the clothes that he put on, which were on a table, according to the police report. The vehicle was searched, and firearm and drugs were located in the vehicle. Obviously, as you mentioned, there was a small investigation with the female that was also in the room, away from Mr. Brown's presence. She stated that he did drive the vehicle without her presence at times, and she didn't know anything about anything that was in the car other than the handgun. And again, there's a lot of hearings that went on. There's a lot of different reports I know y'all had to read. There's discrepancies in almost each one of them. Another one that caught my eye was he stated he didn't, I think somewhere he stated he didn't know anything, or I think the female stated that she knew about the gun, but not the drugs. But then he stated that she said she didn't know about anything being in the car or whatnot. So again, the charges are still pending in Washington Parish. We're asking for revocation. We were there, we located the items. In the end, our opinion doesn't matter what happens with the actual charges. We were there presently and noticed him to be in violation of his parole.
Thank you. For some reason, violation number 3 did not transfer onto another chart that we use, and I do need to address violation number 3. So let me do so. Mr. Brown, you were found to be at an address that was not registered to you on your diminution of sentence. And so you did not have a stable address. How do you plead to that?
I plead not guilty because I kept contact with the parole officer. He told me to keep in contact with him. I called him and let him know when I move or where I'll be staying at night. I called him all that day to let him know, and the police stated that they seen me at the address that I reported. And the girl wrote an affidavit. I hope that y'all have the affidavits for y'all to see. And I don't know. I didn't have scam because I kept calling. Well, I don't know if they saying I'm a scam, but I kept calling every day to try to update everything. I sent a text message of the residence I'll be staying because I just had got the appointment to verify where I'll be staying at, because he told me I had to have a stable address. So I got an appointment. The girl helped me get an appointment, and I was trying to settle in. We didn't have no lights at the time, so she had got a motel room, and we stayed there that night. So she called me and let me know she had a motel room, so I came and stayed with her that night.
Okay. I believe Mr. Abedy, were you aware of his location at all times?
The supervisor agent at the time has been transferred out into the fugitive recovery unit. So I'm standing in for that agent. According to the agent's narratives, it seems there was a lot of moving around in a short period of time. Mr. Brown did state I would text each time to give him the address. I don't think he was very timely in his texting of where he was living, but one address, I don't think that agent even had a time to go to the address prior to him moving a second time. However, I do not believe, and I think Mr. Brown admitted that he never told the agent he would be at the Sportsman Inn Hotel in Bugaloo, so where he was located.
Yeah, for the rest. Okay. Do either of my colleagues have any questions? Because I don't have any questions. I believe that the information is very clear. Let me explain. Our responsibility is to determine if it has nothing to do with legalities of arrest, but to determine if your behavior on parole was sufficient for supervision standards, and whether you were engaged in any kind of activity that goes against your conditions of parole. So that's what the basis of our decision will be. Mr. Ballwright, any questions?
No question.
Ms. Stapleton?
No, ma'am.
Excuse me, I do have one question. I'm wondering how the agents knew that Mr. Brown was at the motel.
The fact that would not factor into our decision-making, because what they found when they got to the hotel is what the parole board would be concerned about. It's not about the legality. He will be going to court and he can deal with that aspect then.
Understood. And I'm not asking about the pending charges. The allegation is that Mr. Brown did not inform his parole officer where he would be. So my question is, how did the parole officer know he was going to be at the motel if Mr. Brown didn't tell him he was going to be at the motel?
Well, it's so
And I
if you
also have
find him not guilty on that.
Ma'am. And I have one. I don't know if you've seen the affidavit from where did it go? Here
Foster.
From Ms. Foster. She says that her name is Deshante Foster, April the 10th, 2025 at 5:50 a.m. I and Jonathan Brown were asleep. and were awakened by a beat at the door, and it was the police opened up. Jonathan got up, opened the door, and was immediately apprehended. Two women officers came in, asked me where my clothes were, gave them to me put on. Once my clothes were on, I was apprehended without reason. Kevin Harrison grabbed my car keys off the dresser and went and unlocked my car and took my gun off my floorboard and my brass knuckles out of the armrest and placed it on top of my car without a search warrant.
Okay, those issues are issues of the legality of the actual arrest, and that has nothing to do with our decision. The fact that he was in a car and was aware that there was a gun in the car is enough to make they have the preponderance of evidence. My vote today is to revoke your parole. With all of the information that I have in my report indicates that you were aware that there was a gun in the vehicle that you had access to. You will go to court on the other things, and the issues that Mr. Knight that you are bringing up will be addressed, I'm sure, at that time. Mr. Balrod, do you want to vote?
I concur with both, same reason.
Ms. Stapleton?
And I concur, revoke the same reason.
So today, based on a unanimous vote, Mr. Brown's been revoked. His parole's been revoked.
If there is a record, y'all have a court reporter, is this a record proceeding? Yes, it is, huh?
We are on live video, so it is a recorded proceeding.
Okay, just please note my objection to the parole board's decision in this matter.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. For signing 1225.
Excuse me, ma'am, can
Short and sweet, I gotta go.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled today, January 7th, 2025. The time is now 8:51. We're in headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, on my left is Ms. Stapleton. Virtually, we have right. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Domingo Montreal Gale, 743-528.
Okay. Mr. Gale, you're before this panel today because of parole violation allegations. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask you some questions. And but before we even start, I want to make sure you have a parole violation revocation paper in front of you that you have your signature on.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay, so you were not eligible for appointed counsel, but you have retained Mr. Marcus Allen as the attorney. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Mr. Allen, at the appropriate time, we'll call on you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. We also have in attendance India LeBlanc, your girlfriend, and Nicole Gale, your mother. I'm going to read out the allegations against you, and I would like for you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And you don't need to provide your statement until after, okay? You are accused of violation number 2, in which you failed to report for the following months: November and December 2023, January through September of 2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
I have 2 parts on number 4. The first one, on or about 10/16/2023, you engaged in criminal conduct by committing the offense of home invasion. How do you plead on that one?
Not guilty.
On the second part of that, well, I will note that on 9/25/2024, the charge was refused. On 9/11/2024, you engaged in criminal conduct by committing the offense of domestic abuse battery. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Noting for the record that charge was also refused 10/16/2024. You have failed to maintain monetary obligation and currently are arrears of $882 in supervision fees. That's violation number 10. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Okay. At this time, we are going to allow Mr. Allen. How would you like to handle? Would you like to speak, or would you allow Ms. LeBlanc and Ms. Gale to go first?
Your Honor, I would like to, one, I think that a couple of those answers that he gave, he may have meant to do not guilty with a statement.
Okay.
Because some of the, fees are objective. It's either paid or not paid. And I think appearance is another objective, but there are some rational reasons that needs to be stated. With that being said, I just wanted to enter those on Domingo's behalf so that they can be spoken to. I would go ahead and submit to his mother and the alleged victim, Miss India, to go prior to.
Which ones should be with statement? 2, 4A, 4B, or 10?
The one that he did not appear before his probation officer, not guilty with a statement. There were some circumstances that caused that.
Okay.
And that last one about the fees, unless those fees have been paid recently, that's an objective finding. I think there's a not guilty with a statement on that one as well.
Okay, then I will go ahead and allow Ms. Gale, the offender's mother, to speak.
Can we do Miss India, since the charges that were alleged, although they were refused, she was the alleged victim in those charges?
We'll let her speak next. Ms. Gale, go ahead. They'll both speak.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Hi.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Domingo Gale's mother, and I'm just on his behalf that I just want to let everybody know my son is not a bad person. He has a good heart. He does wonderful for his kids. He he just got, he just had a lot going on. He's been through so much in the past. He got hit by a car. He had a lot of ill going on with him, you know. So that's why he didn't pay, you know, some of the things he couldn't work. He got hit by a car. He had 4 surgeries. He had, well, 5. And, it allowed him to push him back a little bit. But it's not that he didn't want to pay. Later on, he started off as a greeter to Walmart until he worked his way up. But he was trying, he wanted to do right. He started school for air conditioning and refrigeration. Just doing well for himself, just doing good. He never got in trouble or anything. He was just trying to stay on the right path, and then this came about, which didn't happen, and I'm just a mother that, that if it happened, it happened, but it didn't happen. And, I just want my son to come home,
I understand.
just
Thank you very much for being here and making those statements. It's always, mamas always stand behind their children.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at this time, we'll allow Miss India LeBlanc to make a statement.
Okay, hello, how are you?
Good.
My name is India LeBlanc, and I am Domingo Gale's mother of his children. And also at the time, like I said, we were around each other, but we haven't been around each other in a year. We do have a background of back and forth, little minor calls to the police and stuff. So the day that this happened, we were actually coming inside from the hurricane. Domingo had went to work that day or whatnot. I had cooked food. The children were home. He was coming over to help me with the children, and we had just moved, so we still had things to do. And we walked outside because my oldest son still had football practice, and my youngest daughter still had cheerleading practice. And we was going to take them to practice. My friend was taking us, and amongst going outside, they had 2 sheriffs arrive, and the sheriffs like just got out on us, and they started saying how basically they had got a call from us, and I'm like, no, sir, you never got a call from us. And they like, well, is anything wrong with you? Is anything wrong with your body? And I'm like, nothing's wrong with me. I'm just taking my children to school. They was like, step away from the vehicle. And they made me back up, but I didn't know what was going on, but they asked for Domingo. So I thought they just knew him, or they didn't say his name, but they asked, where is he? They said, where is he? And then when they said, where is he? I'm like, who? And I'm thinking just, they talk about him. So I was like, he's in the house, but they started to walk towards my house or whatnot. But amongst being arrested and released, the address said 300 Fox Run. My address is 400 Fox Run. I do have my lease with me. If anybody needs to be emailed my lease or anything, but we were both arrested, but I felt like I was also arrested because I said he didn't hit me. It's like I was being forced to say he hit me. But really, they run in his background, and the officer that arrested him said he was being arrested for a warrant for home invasion prior a year ago, which was also with me that I wrote an affidavit on a year ago because a cop made a statement saying Domingo broke in my house. Domingo never broke in my house. I had also that from my real estate agent. I have a police report that said I told them the kids were playing outside and a ball had came through the window or something, and we had to fix the window. So Domingo wasn't even present at that time or whatnot. And then so amongst that, they was taking him to jail, they claimed, because of that. But the officer that was arresting me was trying to make it seem like were arresting me because I didn't want to write down that he hit me, but we were in a domestic. They had a call on a domestic, but we had never called the police. Mind you, we had just cooked, we were taking the children inside. I just had moved in this apartment, maybe not even 2 days. So I don't know. I just felt like we were kind of being stereotyped at the time. I mean, he works, he take care of his kids. We never been having issues at all. He stays out of trouble for the most part. He's a really good guy. I mean, and it's crazy that we're being always stereotyped or, you know, contradicted based off of our arrest record or just prior things. And domestic is something big. Also, the officer was contacting me personally after I got released from jail, trying to meet with me, saying he liked me. I'm not sure. So I feel like that's conflict of interest, because did you arrest my kid's dad because of that? Like, I had to block the number. And I also have messages of that as well.
Okay. Mr. Allen, if you would like to make a statement now, would be the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am. First addressing India LeBlanc. As I said in our probable cause hearing, I think that Ms. LeBlanc gives the statement, and I think that based upon her statements then, as well as what she said today, you see why the charges have been dismissed. All inappropriate activity by the officer. She tells you as a victim that she wasn't a victim, that she felt that they were purely looking to arrest Mr. Domingo Gale. And so with all this being before the district attorney's office, those charges were refused. Those charges were refused because you have a crime where a victim is saying there was no crime. So I think that the evidence and her words here today before this board, as well as any prior board, should speak for itself. As regards to the things, so let's deal with the objective finding that Mr. Gale didn't report. As you heard from his mother, Mr. Gale, soon after he got out, he hit the ground running. He got a job. He progressed in that job. He went to continue his education. And as he was continuing doing those things, he was also taking care of the obligations of trying to be a father raising those kids. Unfortunately, Mr. Gale got into a vehicle crash, not a soft tissue crash. He had 4 surgeries. So this placed him in a position where he was not able to make money. He was not able to meet those obligations that were necessary by the parole board at that time, or his parole officer at that time. I think that if we speak to his officer would tell him that, would tell this board that he had knowledge, because he did go to see Domingo. He did verify that Domingo had suffered some serious injuries that would require orthopedic therapy, and that Mr. Domingo was not working. I think that that ties into the other issue, is that because he was not working and because he was incapacitated in terms of his physical condition, he could not go and meet with his parole officer or probation officer. With that being said, when he was able to, I think that he was nervous and scared based upon what he spoke upon at the hearing. He was nervous and scared based upon the old theories of probation and plus what's out there in the streets, that once you go there, they're going to arrest you. And I think in his mindset, he did not want to be held. He did not want to be arrested. So with that particular circumstance, and his perception of it, and let me do say this, that the parole officer or probation officer at the probable cause hearing, she did state, hey, probation and parole is new now. We have a new mindset now. And I just told her that probably needs to get more marketed and put out there, because a lot of people are just afraid that they can go in there to try to make things right and end up being incarcerated. Mr. Gale is a first-time offender in anything that he has done. He doesn't have a history of crime and violence. Mr. Gale is a young man that got knocked off track, one due to not his own situation. So he has a record that caused the police, when they came, to point him out and look for him. So I would ask that this board consider his history. I would ask that this board consider the alleged victim's comments. I would like this board to consider his mother's comments, and hopefully give Mr. Domingo an opportunity to continue on the path at an early age to get his life on the right track. This has been devastating for him. He's been in jail for quite some time. So I would ask that this board consider all the surrounding circumstances in rendering its decision. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Gale, why don't you speak for yourself at this point now? Tell me your side of the story.
Me and my kid's mother, we haven't talked for a little while, but we agreed to co-parent because we knew that it was hurting the children. My kids love me and I love them with all my heart. It hurts my heart to stay away from them. That day I was at work. It was the week of the hurricane. So she asked me to come over to help out, bring groceries and stuff like that. I brought groceries. I had just helped her with the money to move in her new apartment. We was talking about some things, you know. We never hit each other. We never had physical altercations like that. We never had those type of problems before, and I don't know why they said we have a history of that because we really don't. Arguments, I mean, no relationship is perfect. But for the most part, I love my kid's mother. I just want the best for her. I mean, she explained everything to the T. I wasn't running from anything when the cops knocked on the door. I opened the door for them. They said in the report, as I can remember, that I had scratches on my wrists and blood on my pants. I didn't. I felt like if I did, they would have taken pictures of it. I told them she never hit me. I never hit her. I mean, the home invasion, I wasn't nowhere near my kid's mom's house that day. I had a plate in my arm. I had staples in my neck, my chest. I couldn't even commit that type of crime. I wasn't in the condition to. And I wouldn't, even if I was in the condition to, I wouldn't put my kids or their mama in that type of danger. It's unfortunate, you know. I'm a good person. I would never harm anybody. I don't have a criminal history of harming people. I can't even tell you the last time I got in a fight.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you that the police reports and y'all's rendition is very different. But I'm gonna ask Ms. Stapleton to go ahead and ask some questions at this time.
Hey, Mr. Gill, just heard the police reports and what you're saying are very different. I show that on July of 2021, you were arrested for domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. And on December the 6th of 2022, same thing, domestic abuse battery with child endangerment. Also, you were on a parole violation for marijuana at that same time. You're looking like you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, ma'am.
Okay. But that's what's on here. And then also there seems to be mutual aggression because your partner, India, she has been arrested numerous times also with aggravated assault and one with aggravated assault with a firearm, battery of a dating partner. Those are all very dangerous things because a lot of them are with child endangerment. Children are present. Who called the police on y'all this time that you say? I mean, somebody called. Y'all know?
No, ma'am, I never called the police. I don't know about my initial charge that I served time for and that I'm on parole for is for possession of marijuana. I don't have a marijuana. I never got caught with marijuana again after that.
Okay, so, but it does show that you've been arrested before for domestic violence. Both of y'all. So anyway, your attorney was talking about that probation and parole are seeing things different, and this is what I want to read that they say. Due to the findings at the preliminary hearing and the public safety of the children who were present during the incident on 9/11/2024, the Lafayette District recommends revocation. It would also be a good thing if you would attend a domestic violence program. I can't make India do that. She's not the person that we're talking about today. She's not on parole or probation, so that's for you. And And that is for me, a main interest is the children. Also, I wanted to ask something. It said here that the Faith House helped to get the apartment that she's in. And you both show that as your current address, although it does say the 300 instead of the 400, like she was saying. But anyway, the current address that y'all are living together. A lot of times if a domestic violence shelter helps a woman get relocated, it usually the partner and the husband is not supposed to be living with them. Is that okay with the Faith House?
She's never been a member of the Faith House, and she could confirm that. I don't know where that comes from, ma'am. She's never been a member of the Faith House.
No, that they helped her get her apartment.
No,
No, they
ma'am,
did not.
I helped her get her apartment, ma'am.
Didn't have anything to do with it?
No,
I
ma'am.
haven't been to the Faith House. This apartment is in my name. I've paid my full rent. He helped me. He the only person helped me with my kids. And the days that we got arrested, 3 police came for 300 Fox Run. They came whenever he was incarcerated. They knocked on my door again. I had just got released. It was like 9:17. They knocked on my door hard and was saying they had another call for domestic again. They made a mistake again. I recorded it. I could email it to anyone, to his lawyer, to send to you. They made a mistake twice. I walked to them at the corner and I said, will this be a continuous problem? Because my kid's dad is sitting in jail right now for something they say we had domestic, just because we have a background. And he's saying I have aggravated assault. That all has been dismissed. Again, we're being stereotyped continuously. And it's crazy at this point because, of course, my children will be present.
Where I'm reading this from is the narrative in the police report. During the course of this investigation, it was learned that India is living at the address after receiving assistance from the Faith House. According to India, the Faith House helped her get the apartment after being involved in a domestic altercation with Domingo. However, Domingo now lives with India in the apartment. So that's from the police report. Anyway, so that's basically my concerns. The presence of the children during these domestic violence assaults. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Can I speak at this time?
Mr. Allen, I will allow you to speak, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. As a representative of Mr. Domingo, I'm hearing that you are basing and giving a lot of weight to a police narrative. Now, from an attorney standpoint, police narratives are hearsay, and they are reviewed by the district attorney's office. Those narratives that you are reading and giving great weight to have been reviewed prior to ever getting to this stage, and they were denied. And that means that they feel that they cannot reach the burden of proof, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, you're using those narratives and you're giving weight to them. From what I'm hearing, that this is leaning towards a revocation, whether that revocation came from the probation and parole at the hearing or whatever, because I didn't get those documents until this morning. 45 pages of documents I got this morning. However, I was there. Now, I do know that if this person was convicted, if Domingo was convicted and had his right to due process, then that would be a different finding. Because that at that point, the police would have been under question, witnesses would have been under questioning and everything. But here we have the actual victim here who is putting on statements and saying, hey, this stuff in this narrative is not true. So it's almost what I'm seeing here is that they could not convict him in a court of law under due process, which is why they did not bring it. But it seems to me right now, this is getting ready to be used against him as though those statements are accurate and true. And I just have a problem with that, because if that's the case, then we could have went to court, found him not guilty, and then hopefully it would have been a different outcome. But the district attorney themselves says there's no sense in taking this to court because we can't reach the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. So none of those charges are being lodged against him, except for right now. It seems that you're going to use the narrative to bring those charges against him. And I think that that is legally and patently unfair to Domingo, because he was not given an opportunity for a due process hearing because they denied it. So that's my comment. Purely from a lawyer's perspective, I think that I have a right to bring that forward to him. So that's all I did, ma'am. Thank you very much.
It is well within your right. At this time, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions, but I do want to make one thing clear because of the fact that there's so many people that listen to these and they don't always have the backstory. And the backstory is Mr. Domingo is not in jail, and we're not here because of a simple possession of marijuana charge. I just want to make sure that you understand, he was convicted of possession with intent to distribute and given 10 years. And the only reason I mention that is because there's so many people that have the false narrative that our prisons are full of people that are charged with simple marijuana, and that is simply not the case. So it's nothing about Mr. Domingo. That case is in the past, and that's been dealt with. He's been sentenced, and he's gotten out on parole, and all is fine. And I don't want him. There's nothing against Mr. Domingo, but I just want to make sure that the persons listening to this understand the full charge that he was convicted of. And I don't have any questions about the case. Thank you.
It would be important to note, and Mr. Allen, you were within your right to bring that up. However, when someone is on supervision, they have a contract, and the standard of proof is not that of a court of law because they have violations, and we have preponderance of evidence that we use. So I just want to make sure that that you understand, we have police reports which we use as evidence. Okay, in this police report, Miss India on the home invasion stated, now see, anybody can recant, and they do 90% of the time. But she stated to the police in the report that it was Mr. Domingo who became enraged and forced his way into the apartment, breaking the bottom frame of the front window. So we have her statement that this is what happened. Okay. At this point, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes, I am.
So, Ms. Stapleton?
Okay, I'm gonna revoke you based upon the domestic violence battery charge. And also, you do have a high tiger risk score, which is something that is considered.
Mr. Prater?
I'm going to concur because it doesn't make any difference because it has to be unanimous.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it does not have to be unanimous? Okay, I'm misunderstanding. I've got that confused with parole. I'm sorry. Well, that being the case, I think there's the high tiger score bothers me. Otherwise, I would say that I would vote not to revoke, but because of the tiger score and nothing else, and counting on somebody else's, besides anybody on this board or any testimony, somebody else's opinion of reoffending, I'm going to vote to revoke.
My vote is to not revoke, to mandate domestic abuse violence classes. However, today your parole has been revoked, and the location will be getting a notice. We are at the Lafayette Parish Corrections Center today at this hearing. Okay, that ends our business there. So it's 9:20, and we will adjourn.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today is January 7th, 2025. And the time is now 9:38, and we are in a hearing with Union Parish Detention Center. Would the offender please state their name and their DOC number?
My name is Stephen Medlin, and I do not know my DOC number. I haven't memorized it.
Okay, can you give me your date of birth? Yes, date of birth.
11/27/1990.
Okay, Mr. Medlin, your DOC number is 788-248. We're going to be dealing with some parole revocation issues. Let me introduce you to the panel. To my left is Ms. Stapleton. On remote is Mr. Prager. I'm Ms. Ledoux. We also do have your mother and your girlfriend. Mariah Reeves is your mother. Cheryl Morris, girlfriend. First of all, I'm going to ask you, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that shows your signature?
I have a piece of paper that I can sign, but I don't have one that I've signed already.
Okay, is it a parole revocation questionnaire? You see that now on our screen?
I do see that.
Okay, and that is your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Medlin, your answers to that indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have a retained attorney?
I do.
And is he with us today?
He's not with me. I don't see him on this screen anywhere.
So he's not in attendance. We're going to continue unless you have an objection to that.
I do not.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to be reading some information from your file and asking you to. You were charged with violating condition number 4 of your parole in that you were arrested on 9/24/2024 for second-degree battery and battery of a dating partner by the Union Parish Sheriff's Office. You can plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement.
Not guilty.
Okay. I will note that on 11/6/2024, the charges were declined by the district attorney's office. At this time, we'll allow your mother to make a statement before we start asking you questions.
Good morning. I'm Maura Reeves. I'm Stephen's mother. I'm all stuffed up this morning, so I'm gonna get through it. But I mean, I just wish y'all would consider, Stephen's got a daughter. He's got 3 nephews. We have a big family. We have a strong support system. When he gets out, if y'all let him out, you know, he does have his own house. He currently has a job in the oil field that keeps him stable and able to pay his own bills and pay his, you know, monthly fines. He is remorseful. We have talked, you know, we talk. He has some regret. You know, while he's been incarcerated, we have had some tough things, some death, and, you know, he's missed being able to say his goodbyes. And sorry. And, you know, he is a member of our current church. We have a good pastor who's young, who's been to see him and is mentoring him. And, you know, I really wish you would consider letting him out. His daughter needs him. Our whole family needs him. And, you know, I just ask for you to consider that.
Thank you very much. We also have Ms. Morris, if you would like to make a statement at this time.
I would. And I believe, did you guys get, I had a notarized statement that was sent in for his pre-hearing?
Yes, we have that.
Okay. So I mean, everything I said in that statement, hopefully, if you guys had a chance to review that, because I didn't want to go over it, but I did want to say a few things to maybe clarify and give some perspective as to why I acted out the way I did that night. So just a little back history. I'm a registered nurse. I'm working at a local hospital. I've been a nurse for 13 years. I graduated University of Maryland, Baltimore, with my bachelor's degree in nursing. I moved to Louisiana about 5 years ago, right before the COVID pandemic hit, as a travel nurse. When I was going through a separation and divorce from my husband of 20 years. That relation ultimately ended because of trust issues and infidelity. Looks like my power just went out. But there I found on my ex-husband's phone some things, and his social media apps, and unfortunately that has caused some lasting effects for me. Also, since that time, I've been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and one of the symptoms of that is emotional dysregulation. I have a very hard time regulating my emotions. I feel everything to the extreme. When I'm happy, but when I'm upset, it feels like my world is ending. I've been in therapy, and overall I've been doing really well, but sometimes I still have some borderline episodes if I'm triggered. And unfortunately, on the night of September 23rd, Stephen's phone was that trigger. I have a tendency to catastrophize, and when that notification went off on his phone and I saw a message from another female, I automatically jumped to the conclusion that he was cheating on me, and I reacted straight out of emotion and without thinking. I accused him of being a liar, and I hit him. And the fact that I had alcohol on board made it worse. I tend to get very emotional when I drink, and on top of it, I'm already a very emotional person. Because of this, I am a person who should not consume alcohol. It has caused some issues in my life. And I still have not had any alcohol since that night. I have made a firm goal not to pick up alcohol anymore. Stephen reacted in self-defense that night. He did not intend for me to get injured. And I believe he should not be punished for it. The court agreed with this and declined the charges before he could even be arraigned. As a side note, I would like to add that Stephen's grandfather passed away 2 days after he was incarcerated. He was unable to attend the funeral and be the pallbearer like was planned because of my actions that night. And now he's about to lose his uncle that he's very close with due to a recent and very unexpected diagnosis of stage 4 cancer. He was just put on hospice, and I'm begging you to allow him to come home and be able to say his final goodbyes. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prater, I'll turn this questioning over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Stephen, did you have 12 beers that night?
No, I didn't have 12, but I did have 6. That's all I bought that night. Me and that cop had got a little lippy with each other, and I just told him. He kept asking me questions, and I just said, "Look, man, I don't even know what's going on. If you want to write down that I had 12 beers, go ahead."
Okay. All right. Did you slam her head on the floor?
No, sir.
You just pushed her backwards and she fell and hit the cabinet.
Yes, sir. I was sitting in like a bar stool that kind of wraps around your hips. So when she attacked me, I had nowhere to go. I had to push her off of me, and then she fell and unfortunately hit her head on the handle of the cabinet.
Why didn't you leave?
Why didn't I leave?
Yeah,
It was my house. I went and got in bed.
I mean, why didn't you leave the house or something? If you knew she was irrational and drunk and gonna be a problem.
Well, when this first happened, we were outside and she hit me, and I went inside and I started fixing me a burger, And then she came inside. I was thinking, I'm gonna separate from her, let her cool off. And then as soon as she come back in the house, she just come at me again. So I was just thinking, if I walk inside, give her some time to cool off, she'd cool off. And that's not the case here. And everything kind of just happened real quick, all within. Everything was completely calm, and then with a matter of, I would say, 2 to 5 minutes, this event took place.
That's all I got.
Ms. Stapleton?
Well, you know, when I read the police report, which involves Deputy Didier and a detective, they both say that they saw evidence of the crime as, you know, as described by the victim. So the physical evidence was also they took pictures of it also. Did you strangle her? Did you put your hands around her neck and strangle her? That was in
No,
the.
ma'am.
No, you just pushed her and she fell? Because it said she had, there was blood on the floor from a bloody nose and all of that. I mean, it sounds
No,
like
there
a pretty violent episode.
She didn't have any damage to her frontal face at all. There was zero damage to her face. The only thing she
says that she was with an open palm, that she was hitting the nose and the upper lip.
No, that's where I was hit. That's
where you were at?
That's not that's not the police report I read that says that anyway.
Okay. All right.
She
lost your temper and it got the best of you?
No, I just pushed her off of me to get some separation. She was hitting me. I just wanted to get some separation. I was kind of pinned in that chair.
Okay, that's all.
Mr. Medlin, you were on probation also at this time, or is just a probation as well?
I'm on probation and parole for the same charge.
Same charge.
Yeah, I took a split sentence.
Okay. I understand that you were asked to do a substance abuse evaluation. Did you ever complete that?
I did.
Okay. What were the findings of the evaluation?
They didn't recommend any treatment.
Okay. Were you employed at the time that this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you employed? It looks like you had benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I work for a company called Helmerich and Payne Drilling. They're based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I was working in Midland, Texas. And I've been with that particular company, other than being incarcerated, since March of 2017.
Okay. So, you know, I hate these cases where it's she said, he said, and all the recanting. And I mean, we have a police report and we have evidence of violence. Okay, that's what the evidence we have before us today. That's what we have to make our decision on, is the evidence that we have. Is the panel prepared to vote, Mr. Prater?
Ma'am.
Okay.
My vote is to revoke violation number 4. For one thing, being drunk. I mean, that's one thing, violation of your parole. And the other thing, I think something happened. It's just it was too logical of a story to come up with when you're drunk. If you're too drunk to know what's going on, you usually resort to the truth. And upon questioning, when the police get there, she went to the neighbors and she was too scared to ask you for the phone. All that doesn't make sense. My vote's to revoke violation of 4.
Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Medlin, My vote is also to revoke. And I do hope that you get some help with anger management and domestic abuse, violence issues, as well as substance abuse. So today, unanimous decision, your parole to revoke. The time is now 9:53, and that concludes our business.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. If you, so we can see. Mr. Burton. Okay, thank you. We are the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we're impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Today on the panel, virtually is Mr. Prater. To my left is Ms. Stapleton. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Could the individuals there at St. Tammany identify yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Deputy Mike Molinary.
Okay, thank you.
Name is Roy Burton, ma'am.
And your DOC number?
453532.
Okay, Mr. Burton, you're before this panel today with allegations of violation of your parole. I'm going to read, well, first of all, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that indicates that you've signed a revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to that indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you retain an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed. I'm going to read the allegations against you and ask you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Violation 4A says that you were engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest by the Louisiana State Police on 8/29/2024, where you were charged with DWI first. You had a blood alcohol content at the time of 0.203, and you were billed with misdemeanor DWI due to the fact that it had been 10 years since you had your last conviction. However, you're currently serving your sentence for DWI third, and at the time that you were arrested, you did plead guilty to DWI first. How do you plead now?
Well, ma'am, I do plead guilty to the DUI first. I talked to Mr. Tom over in Don over in time computations, because in 2017 I petitioned the St. Tammany courts to take that third offense DUI and run it concurrent with the 30 years I was doing for manslaughter. So that conviction should have been over. And when I talked to them, they said they took it out of Cajun. I talked to Jonathan Vining, and he said everything was taken care of.
That's immaterial in terms of, did you plead guilty to DWI first on 10/7/2024? Okay. The second part of that is you were issued a citation for hit and run.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you plead to that?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Number 10, you're currently $141 in arrears of supervision.
Yes, ma'am. And on the supervision, yes, I am behind. On the day that I was arrested, I'm on Social Security. On that day, I get my check, and that's when I pay my probation fees. When they first changed the way you pay, I pay online. And when they moved it to Texas, I couldn't get online for a month because the system was so, it wasn't properly set up and they were still working the bugs out. I'll pay that today.
That's not the biggest issue that's before us today. We have today with us Miss Ashley Williams, who is a probation and parole officer. I think that it would be an appropriate time for Ms. Williams to go ahead and address her concerns with the board.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to attend today. Yes, ma'am, I am seeking revocation for Mr. Roy. In addition to the hit and run and the DWI that we've already discussed, my concern primarily was the BAC. I have discussed it with our DA's office here, and they have verbally admitted to me that he should not have been eligible to even be billed as a DWI first, because that 10-year time period he was incarcerated. and LARS allows that they are not eligible for the DWI charges to restart if the reason they didn't incur a new charge during that time frame was due to incarceration. So that is obviously primarily my concern is public safety. I do feel like he did get a lucky draw with that. And I think he was aware of that, which is why he pled to it at the arraignment. However, I did not feel it appropriate in the idea of public safety to allow it to just be seen as a technical based on the fact that it was only a misdemeanor. I do want to bring to the board's attention as well. We did have a situation with Mr. Roy. He was erroneously released from St. Tammany Parish Jail at the beginning of December, back on December 5th. We were not made aware of it until January 3rd. So he was re-detained yesterday and placed back in jail, which is why he's there for the hearing today. But one of the arguments Mr. Roy had previously made to me was that he would need treatment and that's all he needed. However, he didn't check in with probation and parole when he was released from jail, and to my understanding, did not do anything to seek any kind of treatment when he was out, as he wasn't supposed to be. So I just have concerns going forward that I'm going to see any change in behavior from him. And I feel allowing him to continue on supervision would only put the public at risk for further injury or harm.
Thank you very much for your attendance today, as well as your testimony. I'm going to ask at this time if Ms.
Yes, well, I really don't have a question. I've got a statement and I agree with the officer, the agent that was just on here, that the first thing you do when you do get out is you have a BAC level of 0.203. And right there it says, I will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. So you were involved in illegal activity like that and you are a public safety risk because you certainly don't have it under control. You're drinking while driving. So I have the same concerns that she does.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And I don't have any questions either. I think that that's one of the biggest safety risks we have in public. We're prepared to vote, Ms. Stapleton.
I vote to revoke based upon your illegal activity with drinking, DWI, number 4, the hit and run, and your arrears of $141. So number 4, number 10.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, vote to revoke because of violations of Rule 4, criminal behavior, DWIs, and drinking, hit and run.
And my vote is also to revoke based on your pleading guilty to criminal behavior. Again, I want to reiterate, Ms. Williams, we appreciate your attendance today. That concludes our business. It's 10:09, and we're going to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello? When you come on, you can't do. Somebody else, you gotta try. How long has been like this?
Oh, no. Okay.